the relationship with Mother and how to relate with the cosmos as Mother. In his own words, Mother is too important way to connect with what you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the Mother should be directed towards the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. It should awaken your higher consciousness. Connecting with life as Mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, most easiest form to ever connect. Today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. What is Bhava Samadhi Darshan? So Sama is oneness and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude or aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetimes and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful, superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when the receiver is able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough. It's like hitting the reset button on your being. Let us understand the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. First thing you need to know is the divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. And divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archavatara, the deity in temples, and through the Bhava Samadhi Darshans in the Nijavatara, the incarnations. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of the Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness. It is where formless, the being of Paramashiva, expresses through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form, embodied form, for us to experience Paramashiva. For example, Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. The avatar, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation, the being of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not yet mature enough to receive this higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly. So the avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create the experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. And Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process and improves immunity to disease. During the darshan, the whole brain becomes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heals, empowers, and transforms our lives. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. The mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, the entire body can silently and without moving receive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And let us understand what are the Akashic readings, which you will be experiencing directly from Devi Parashakti herself. The Akashic readings are not predictions, they are readings from the cosmic archive. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. Because the Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, present, and future. That is why what you call as happening, yet to happen, are already clearly recorded in the Akashic record. Let us understand who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti every day for us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities as a lifestyle for humanity. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajñapīఠam, is the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamshi Surangi Samrajyam, and is the present 293rd Guru Mahasanidanam of the Kailasa Shamala Pita Sarvajñapīఠam, is the present Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvaniya Pada, the largest apex monastic order. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atalakada, is the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidanam of the Dharma Mukti Swaragapura Adinam, and has been elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, most read and watched, and has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit. And those have been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has over 20 million books and articles sold, read, and downloaded, and over 10,000 hours of discourses. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has enriched and enriched over 1 billion lives digitally, and is respected as the commentator of all sacred scriptures such as the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, and many more. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, and is the reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including Rudrakanyas, Rudras, Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, and Sanyas. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of the world's largest Hindu university, Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu University, with satellite campuses in 150 countries, and is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems and founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvajñapīఠas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. So with this, we will be entering into the very extraordinary demonstration of the Shaktis of Paramashiva and Parashakti with the Guru Gopalasans of the Nithyananda order. So we will be right back with the demonstration of the extraordinary powers after a very short break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Let us now enter into the next segment, which is the power manifestation segment, where you will be witnessing the Balasins, the Nithyananda yogis, and the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, demonstrating the extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva. So today, the following powers which you will be witnessing is the powers of third eye and body scan. The power of third eye is where one awakens the ability to see through the cosmic browsing center, which is located between the brows, and can effortlessly access any effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye, just as you would with the two physical eyes. The next is the power of body scan, where one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and any problems in the body, and not only that, reveal even the solutions for the problems. So let us learn about what are Shaktis. Shaktis are beautifully explained by Paramashiva in the Vedas. In the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest the 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. And manifesting powers are described as a system, as a method for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and to have access to the various states of consciousness. And Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are the divine and that you need to manifest the divine, not from the cognition that you are a man and that you need to reach to divine. And Shaktis are the powers which express from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the Guru, and Shaktis are permanent. Siddhis are the powers which manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis are the powers which express through ordinary human beings in extraordinary ways just with the initiation from the avatar. Next slide, please. And siddhis are the powers which manifest from tapas, and they are not permanent. These siddhis may diverge from enlightenment. So who is the source of all these Shaktis? Paramashiva is the primordial divinity, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Drobhava and Anugraha. Creation, sovereign rulership and maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberating bliss for all living entities. And all of you might be wondering, who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008 living incarnation and representation of Paramashiva. And ever since the beginning of the civilization, Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of living enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. Swamiji is the reviver of Kailasa, and Swamiji has revived the science of power manifestation, which was lived and taught as a lifestyle. And for the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving all these sciences, yogic sciences, and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking speed, which was never accomplished before. And all of you can see the Guru Parampara, the enlightened gurus who have trained and taught Swamiji how to revive these extraordinary sciences, like Mata Vivekananda Puri, Pundi Swamikal, Siddhi Swamikal, Annamalai Swamikal, Kanchi Paramacharya, Visari Swamikal, Yogi Raj Yogananda Puri, and all these gurus who have initiated Swamiji and trained and taught Swamiji to revive these extraordinary sciences. And all of you might be wondering, how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Shaktis, all these divine Shaktis are awakened in us just through Diksha. When every ultimate truth, Jnana, gets mapped into our consciousness, we start manifesting powers and it becomes a possibility for everything. So let us see a small video which explains beautifully about the science of Diksha and how the Diksha is transmitted.
Side effect: health, wealth. Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes. So let us now see how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, which are the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of the Aptas or the authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified this science. Third is the Atma Pramana, which is the experience of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who has time tested and verified this science. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Let us now see the Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11. Kapalantarmanonyasa Tishthanmilitalochanaha Kramena manasodatyat Lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. Translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, direct stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. The next is the Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Sri Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. And in the Hindu Purana, Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye, and Arjuna beautifully narrates the cosmic form, the Vishwarupa Darshan of Bhagavan Sri Krishna as he sees it through the third eye. And Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, Natu mam shakyase drashtum manenaiva swachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. But you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. Now let us see the Atma Pramana, where Swamiji beautifully shares in his own words how he manifests this power.
Outside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me. The whole 360 degree, 10 direction. below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything, everything, everything. Just became so alive. The idea, something is inside, inside.
And now last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So the study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in the conscious and meditative states of the third eye using the PET, which is the positron emission tomograph. And when doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when in the deep state of samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So without further delay, let us get ready to witness the live Sakshi Pramana by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. So I request all of you to go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and you can post scientific terms, medical terms, anything you want on the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, emojis, numbers, shapes, letters, anything. And Ma Kaladara is going to be joining with us, and she will be reading to the third eye and demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you. We will be back right after a short break. Yes. So along with me, I have an extraordinary Balasan of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Manitya Kaladharananda, who is going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you today. So Ma Kaladhara is going to be placing an eye band on her eyes. All of you can see I have the medically tested eye band with me. In front is a complete opaque sheet, and behind is a thick sponge. All of you can see that there's a strap for the eye band to comfortably be strapped to Ma Kaladhara's head, and there is no possible way of light entry. As you can see, there's no gap. The eye band is completely stuck, and there is no possible way of light entering from any of the cells. So this is the certified IBAN, medically certified IBAN. I'll be placing on Ma Kaladhara's eyes. This is scientifically and medically certified in such a way that even with the eyes open inside the IBAN, it is not possible for light to enter. Now all of you can see I'm unstrapping the IBAN in front of your eyes and placing it on Ma Kaladhara's eyes. Ma Kaladhara, are you comfortable? Yes. Yes. So Ma Kaladhara is completely comfortable. I request you to turn to your right, left, up, and yes. So all of you can see there is no possible way of light entering in Ma Kaladhara's eyes. And yes, I request YouTube comments to now be projected. Yes. Ma Kaladhara, you can start reading. Yes, the latest comment is from Nithya Paramashivoham, and she has posted a mango emoji, another mango emoji, another mango emoji, Ganapataye, and two mango emojis, Namaha, 3 bananas emojis, 1 red apple, green apple, and then there is a pineapple, and 3 strawberries, 3 blueberries, and there are 3. Okay, why don't you go ahead and describe this fruit? It is brown color. The peel is brown color. The inside part has the biggest circle is in just light green. The next circle has black dots, the seeds, and it is darker green. In middle, it is very light green with like sandal color with green. And there is another banana. Yes, and yes. So as Ma Kaladhara described the kiwi fruit. Yes, Ma Kaladhara will continue. And there is another banana, mango, strawberry, banana, mango, strawberry, and kiwi. And the next comment is from amazing. All of you saw how Ma Parashakti has posted a complete variety of fruits, and Ma Kaladhara was able to read it through her third eye so fluently. And she was, even though she didn't know the name of the fruit, she was able to even describe the fruit exactly as it is, along with the color and everything. So precise it was. Amazing. Nithya Perumal has posted Om Nithyananda Paramashivam with an exclamation mark. And the next comment is from Rockstar, and he has posted, thank you, MASTERJI. The first comment is from PIOTRWAJDA. He has posted 3 namaste emojis, and Nithya Paramashivoham has posted, wow, awesome, with a smiley emoji. Now, Paramashivoham, why don't you go ahead and explain with this power more? You can put any comment you want, any emojis you want, and any random order, and Ma Kaladhara is going to be reading it out. Mahajalandra Sthitananda, expression of me, I am Ma Kaladhara, great. The PISIONING, Ma, and a frog emoji. And Peter WAJDA has posted, wow. Amazing. Beautiful. All of you saw how so fluently Ma Kaladhara was able to read through the third eye, just as if her eyes are open. She was able to read a random random emojis and was able to see, read names, comments, and everything through her third eye. Amazing.
And Nitya Perumal has posted fantastic mark.
Amazing. Beautiful. That was a beautiful demonstration of this power of third eye. And now I'm going to be removing the eye band of Ma Kaladara. All of you can see that the eye band is completely intact. There's no difference. And yes. So that was a beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye by Ma Kaladara. And we are not done yet. We're going to be witnessing the next extraordinary Shakti of Paramashiva, which is the power of body scanning, which will be manifested by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. So we'll be back right after a short break, and we'll be seeing the pramanas for the power of body scanning, the scriptural reference for the power of body scanning. Then we'll be moving on to the live demonstration of this power. Till then, go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa SPX Nithyananda YouTube channel, and you can request for a body scanning. Go ahead, call your family members and friends, and we'll be right back with you, ready to demonstrate this extraordinary Shakti. Yes, so let us now see the pramanas, the scriptural reference for the power of body scanning. The Shastra Pramana comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 54. And the Pramana goes, Swadehe Jagato Vapi Sukshma Sukshma Tarani Cha Tatvani Yani Nilayam Yatmante Vyatyate Para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constituted principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva, and by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi Adi Shakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. The next is the Apta Pramana from the life of a Siddha named Terayar. Terayar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatyar. Agatyar was very good at using the power of body scanning. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agatyar for scanning and healing. Agatyar uses the power of body scanning and reveals that there is a small terai, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. And Agatyar immediately instructs Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. And after the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Terayar. Third is the Atma Pramana from the life of His Divine Holiness Swamiji, who was beautifully shared. Only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture was I forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through the body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion just to verify my findings. All these avatars, these great incarnations of super consciousness, express all these extraordinary Shaktis like the power of body scanning, Shushada, and much, much more. And all these avatars, even though they take a human body, they're much beyond physical suffering. Last is the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So all of you can see the Paramashivoham participants who beautifully shared how they were able to manifest this power of body scanning. And let us now witness the live Sakshi Pramana It is powerful. So we'll be back with you right after a short break. Yes. So now I'm back with the Balasant of the Nithyananda Gurukul Masoni, who is going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti of body scanning to all of you today. And I request the YouTube comments to now be projected. So I request the YouTube comments to be refreshed. Yes. So anyone who wants a body scanning can go ahead and request in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube chat, and Masoni will be definitely doing a body scanning for you. Till then, Masoni, why don't you go ahead and share how do you manifest this power? How do you feel while manifesting this power?
So, first I close my eyes and ask Swami to please connect with me and show me what the being is, what problem the being is suffering from, and then our body structure will appear, and then it will go like round, 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 round. It will go in a circle, and then I'll ask Swami to please highlight where the highlight the and then I'll ask some please highlight in the area where the being is having problem, and then in some of the colors pharmacy will highlight, like for example, if the being is having the person having problem in his heart, so Swamiji will highlight in the heart area, and then I'll ask Swamiji what problem in heart. Then Swamiji will zoom in and show the what problem the person is having in his or her heart.
Beautiful.
And what I feel about the power of God standing is that before coming to Gurukul and manifesting powers, I used to see lots of movies like Avengers, Superman movies, and I used to think, oh God, how cool it would be if I'm also able to do all these powers. And then after coming to Gurukul Swami to made my reality happen now, I like super like how I used to see people like Superman, Avengers, manifesting all these powers. Now I am also one of them. Now I'm also one of them who can manifest the power.
Amazing. A beautiful sharing of how you were able to connect it so well to how in your childhood you used to see all these movies and everything, and you really wanted to manifest them, and how beautifully Swamiji manifested your reality. Amazing sharing. And Ma Mahadalendra Sthitananda has posted, Nithyanandam, please can you scan why I get knee pains from time to time? Thank you. Yes, Ma Soni, you can go ahead and do a body scanning for Mahadalendra Sthitananda.
Nithyananda Mahajalandrisananda, I did the body scanning for Luma, and Paramashiva revealed the problem, the why you are having the cause of knee problems, several knee problems. Paramashiva revealed that you are not doing yoga in a way where your whole body gets stretched, and especially this knee part, you are not being active and moving too much during the day, ma. So very much by reviewing the solution as to do yoga properly and do lots of knee exercises. Your whole body and your knee pain will be completely healed.
Beautiful. That was a beautiful body scanning and a solution for Mama Hajalandra Sthitananda's knee pain. And Mama Hajalandra Sthitananda, I request you to get back in the comment section. And anyone else who wants to request for a body scanning, you can go ahead and request. And Ma Soni will be doing the body scanning. And till then, I'll be explaining how this power of body scanning works and what is the difference between a body scanning and getting a scan from the doctor. See, example, you have any body problem, you'll go to the doctor and the doctor will diagnose you with some disease, some cancer, some problem. And the doctor will give you a medicine. But the one thing which the doctor cannot do is find out the root cause of the problem. The doctor can only... Mahajalandra Sthitananda has said, I knew that would be said. Yes, amazing, ma. And just follow the solution, whatever it is, and Swamiji will completely heal you. And yes, the one thing which the doctor cannot do is find out the root cause. The doctor will only give a medicine which will only heal you temporarily. And even if it heals you permanently, according to you, the root problem is still there inside and it will manifest as some of the other problems. As all of you know, our body is very mysterious, and even a small stomach pain or anything can be related to some incompletion in the past life, or cancer can be related to some cognition you're holding about yourself or anything. And only when you complete with that will you be able to complete with your body and will the problem get healed completely. So that is the difference in the body scanning. The third eye reveals exactly what the root cause of the problem is, why the problem started in your body in the first place. Sometimes you might not even be able to relate with the body scanning, but the third eye reveals only what is the root cause of the problem, and it reveals a solution for that. Mahajalandra Sthitananda has posted, it's true, yes, I must be more active. Not always easy enough to get to, but yes, essential for me to do. Yes, ma, amazing. Thank you for sharing with all of us. That was a beautiful sharing. Anyone else who wants to request for a body scanning, please go ahead and request in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube chat, and Ma Soni will be doing the body scanning. Yes, anyone else who wants a body scanning done by the biologist, you can go ahead and request for a body scanning. You can go ahead, call your family members, friends, and anyone who you would like. Yes, Manikandan has posted, please body scan my mom. She has uterus issue. Yes, Aya, surely Masoni will be doing the body scanning for your mother. Yes, and yes, sorry, just before that, Manikandan Aya, it is always our integrity to get the consent of the person, as it is our integrity before doing the body scanning for them. We have to get their permission. So please get the permission and the consent from your mother, and surely we'll be doing a body scanning for you. Anirban? Yeah. Yes. Manikandan Aya has posted. She said yes for the body scanning. Yes, Masoni, you can go ahead and do the body scanning for Manikandan Aya's mom.
Nithyananda Manikandan Aya, I did the body scanning for your mother, and Aya Paramashiva revealed that, and you shared with us that she's having uterus issue. Aya Paramashiva revealed that to make her solution, to make her drink enough water, like 6 liters in a day, and make sure the toilet, washroom in the house is being cleaned regularly. Aya. Paramashiva revealed that it is because of not the bathroom is not being enough clean, and that is why she's getting this problem. When nature she drinks at least 6 liters water in a day, and the bathroom is being cleaned regularly. Toilet seat, bathroom, everything is being cleaned regularly. She'll get if at all if the solution is being followed properly, she'll get healed in a week.
Yes, that was a beautiful body scanning for Manikandan Aya's mother. Paramashiva also revealed one more thing, Aya, that your mother is having this problem because of a lot of heat in her body. And Paramashiva reveals that it is a lot of heat and kapha in her body which is causing this. So she has to do neti every day. And for the heat in her body, every day she has to, every alternative day, she has to apply castor oil on her head and nicely rub it and place a wet cloth on her head instead. And automatically uh, the problem will actually reduce because the heat will reduce in the body. Yes. And with this, we would like to conclude this power manifestation session. We thank all of you for joining us in this power manifestation segment. And please stay tuned for the upcoming segments. Thank you again. Yes. So Ma Madhura is joined with us. Yes. So Ma Madhura will be joining with us and she will be teaching all of us about the divine feminine consciousness, about who is Devi Parashakti, and much, much more. So please stay tuned, and we'll be having Ma Madhura joining with us shortly. Yes, Mamadra. Yes. Nithyanandam. Mamadra, you can go ahead, and we thank all of you for joining us. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Yes, Nithyanandam, everyone. So now we'll be moving to the next segment of this program. We all just witnessed a wonderful demonstration of the powers of third eye. And we'll now be seeing and we will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness, about who is Devi Parashakti. I request that Devi volunteer to project the next slide. So we'll be first looking at the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. Sindhuraruna Trinayana Manikya Spurate Taranayaka Shekharam Smitamukhim Mapina Vakshoruham Panibhyam Alipurna Ratna Chashakam Raktotpalam Vibratim Saumyam Ratna Gatasta Rakta Charanam Dhyayet Paramambikam. And the translation for this verse says, I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color. I meditate on the Divine Mother. The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion body with triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup of mead and the other twirling a red lotus. And another Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka, says, Arunam Karunatarangatakshiim Dhritapaashankushpushpabanachapam Animadibhiravritam Ayukaihi Rahamityeva Vibhavaye Bhavani. And the translation for this verse is, I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the nose, the gourd, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Arima for rays, and she is the self within me. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. And it is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in, and the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. And Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Polytheism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And Devi Parashakti beautifully reveals, she says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Srimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles. The Kailasa Swamini who is in Kailasa, Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting, living in 40 triangles. The Kailasa Swamini who is in Kailasa, Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashivoham, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion and blessing, listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And Devi Parashakti continues to reveal, she says, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as gotras of seven rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. Now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally we're seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen. So always receive her in a very traditional manner. You can keep two beet leaves, one banana, one betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who might be wondering what a coin is considered as and what is its importance, a coin in the Hindu tradition is actually considered the traditional dakshina, and it is usually offered during any rituals or to deities during in the temple. And it can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be just 1 paise, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. So Andy says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. And in India, even 1 paise is okay. And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, the beet leaf, and the betel nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the Los Angeles temple for the further procedures. And this betel leaf and betel nut, some of you might be wondering how it benefits you, whether it's physically, emotionally, or mentally. So this may look too small, but in a few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. And now here all of you can see how you can set up your tambulam. So you can arrange the two beet leaves, one banana, one betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen, arranged in a plate. You can keep the beet leaves, the betel nut, the banana, and the coin arranged in a plate. And you can also keep few additional items as shown in the image, such as some fresh flowers, some kumkum, turmeric, some glass bangles, and a coconut. So these are a few additional items that you can keep if you would like. But the 4 basic items that are kept as part of the tambulam is the wheat leaf, the betel nut, the banana, and the coin. So you can arrange it in a plate, keep it in front of the screen as you get ready to receive Devi Parashakti. And with that, we now come to a conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive her in a very traditional way. And we'll be moving to the next segment of this program where we will be seeing what exactly Devi Parashakti has revealed for humanity about all the various problems that humanity is going through right now, especially due to this pralaya. And We will be learning what she has revealed in the Akashic readings and how important it is for us to understand, internalize, and follow what Devi Parashakti has revealed for all of us. So we will have Mapuna Priya joining and learning, and we will all be learning what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings. So please stay tuned. We will be back after a really short break.
So let us now understand what Devi Parashakti has given as revelations to humanity as the method for preventing coronavirus. So let us first understand the compassion of the avatar. In the Guru Padaka Stotram, composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padaka, the sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. And the verse translates, salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is a boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with a sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. Many of us feel stuck in the same storming and raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during this pralaya, the great deluge. Our loved ones are dying due to the pandemic. Our homes are being destroyed due to natural disasters. Social institutions are crumbling, and the whole of humanity is in a desperate and dire need of hope. It's at this time the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of the cosmic superconsciousness, out of his love and compassion, having taken this spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole of humanity, is manifesting Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, and guiding and healing the whole world as literally the boat that sails us through this pralaya, the cosmic deluge. Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through the Nijavatara and answering each of our prayers, granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all our pain and suffering. And Devi has not just attended to us individually, but also as a humanity at large. Devi has guided the whole of humanity in the form of various revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and by showing us the future regarding global issues, COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and more, and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars, which have not surfaced to common knowledge as yet. In this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of each sacred revelation, which is manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti, for us to imbibe deeply and start following as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until the storm ends and we are safely harbored at the shores of our consciousness. Let us see what Devi Parashakti has revealed as the 8 methods to protect ourselves from coronavirus. And Devi revealed this on the 30th of April, 2021. Let us watch that revelation now.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட நன்மையை சொல்லிட தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் ஒன்று, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6, நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7, பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்பு.
Yes, so let us understand Devi Parashakti's revelations mapped into English. Oh, humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection corona. Through these 8 ways, by praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I am residing, worshiping me by doing fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day, being in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. Doing Ajaba Ajaba of the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the field, and going to sleep, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Purana, that blossoms as aham, aham, in the state of Ananda Purana. Everyone who thinks on me through these 8 waves, they will not have effects of corona. They don't have fear and delusion of corona. You will live with prosperity, with wisdom and fortune. Me with you, you as me as you. You will live good life. Even if you do one of these 8 ways, I will protect you. Corona will not reach you. Don't have fear, oh people. Be blissful. So let us look at these 8 methods and understand how each one has its benefits and what is the science behind each of these methods. The first method is praying and meditating on Devi Parashakti. So science has studied meditation extensively and has revealed many benefits. Healthline lists 12 of these science-based benefits, which includes reducing stress, it controls anxiety, it promotes emotional health, it enhances self-awareness, it lengthens retention span, it may reduce age-related memory loss, it can generate kindness, it may help fight addiction, it improves sleep, it helps control pain, and it can decrease the blood pressure and can be accessible anywhere. And their department of a study done by the US Department of Health and Human Services has found that meditation has a direct impact on our physical as well as our mental health. And another study by Cambridge University reiterates the necessity of meditation during times of crisis, such as COVID-19. And a study published in Everyday Health has explained how prayer and spirituality protect the emotional health by offering a bigger sense of purpose, by providing social support, by lifting the spirit and helping you cope with difficulties. And a September 2015 report published in Health Psychology found that when researchers followed 191 people with congestive heart failure for 5 years, they found that those who reported feeling spiritual peace and who also made some healthy lifestyle changes were significantly more likely to live longer than their peers. And people with major depressive disorder or chronic medical illnesses who report high levels of religiosity, which includes daily religious experiences, generally become more optimistic than their peers. And this was found in a study published in July 2015 in depression and anxiety. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has demonstrated directly the powerfulness of meditation and how it impacts our brains directly. So let us watch that video now.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President, COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that. Because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They're replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into this one. 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here, right in the middle, probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life. So the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swami showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure chemicals. You eat the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human being experiences involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data.
And let us watch what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed about puja and prayer.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused, your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning, Brahma Muhurta time, and everyday puja, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down by feeling connection. Understand, nothing can be compared to prayer to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, every day puja is an ultimate recharging experience. If you do everyday puja, the kind of the stress-free life you will live, your whole biological clock will be aligned to Kailasa. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. In my whole life, it is Nitya Puja, Puja, that gave me all the best things of life. Everyday puja, relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is when I sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities, dress up the deities, jewel them, spend time with them, talk to them, intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archavatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archavatara. It's a piece of God. Literally.
And the next method is by surrendering to Devi Parashakti through social media. During the Akashic readings, Devi Parashakti gives us the opportunity to connect with her through various social media platforms, and attends to each of us individually through our prayers and showers us with blessings and boons. Let us now see how we can connect with Devi Parashakti through social media. The first way is by becoming a member of the YouTube channel. So you can go to Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel and click join to become a member. And once you become a member, you can ask your questions in the comments section during the live Parashakti Akashic reading, and Devi will directly see your question and attend to you. And the next way is by liking and following Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And you can go ahead and ask your questions in the live video during the live Parashakti Akashic reading. You can ask your questions in the comment section. The next way is by following Sri Nithyananda on Twitter, and you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag Ask the Avatar. And the next way is by following Sri Nithyananda on Instagram, and you can ask your questions in the comment section. And then lastly, you can ask your questions via WhatsApp by searching kailasa.org. And then you can ask your questions in the WhatsApp chat that pops up. And all of these methods are an easy way to ask your prayers, your questions directly to Devi Parashakti, and they will fall directly in the eyes of Devi Parashakti herself. And the next method is by worshiping Devi Parashakti by doing the fire walking wherever she resides. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that fire walking is an alchemy process. And in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, our rishis and munis have been adept and master in every field, whether health or keeping the society safe, and every field. So all the vratams, the pujas, the spiritual techniques, the religious rituals, anything they design is highly scientific and directly useful to the life. Coronavirus will not affect you at all, because that fire walking time, that small blisters you get, just shoots up your whole immunity. That power, the power to protect yourself from any virus or any problem, it's actually a powerful technique. It's a very powerful technique followed in those days, especially during this season. Especially that is done very traditionally, systematically. If you had even small blisters, and even if you did not have any blisters, you are protected already from corona problems. You will not be affected at all. Corona will not work on you. It will not affect you. And don't worry, it's a traditional way of making you immune. Actually, it's a traditional vaccination process. It's 11 feet length, the burning live charcoal on which you are supposed to walk with the traditional powerful music, which activates your lymph system, that mukulam, we call it, in the back of the neck. This music will feel like it is hitting the back of your neck, and your whole detox system will be awakened. In that peak altered state of consciousness, you should walk on fire. Not just like that, you will walk. You will first awaken trigger the detox system, and then walk on fire in 11 feet fire pit. If you do one fire walking, you are absolutely protected from corona. Pray to Mahamariam and do the fire walking. That is all. It's like a traditional, powerful vaccination. Pray to Parashakti Mahamari and do the Pachepatni Vratam. Do this traditional fire walking. You are absolutely protected from coronavirus. No need to panic. Traditional vaccination, traditional, natural, organic, no bad side effects vaccination is the Hindu fire walking. Let us listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself revealing the benefits and the science of fire walking.
All these transmutation processes means balancing the system and awakening the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet, because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive, they don't become, they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for a complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness. That is the reason we have the process of firewalking.
Now let us watch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself doing the fire walking in Tiruvannamalai.
சத்தியம் காத்திடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்குருவாய் வந்த நித்திய தாயே வேதங்கள் வணங்கிடும் ஆதியும் நீயே ஜோதிமலையிலே அவதரித்தாயே அவனியை பேணும் ஞானமும் நீயே அக்னி வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கருமங்களை கொண்டிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கருமங்களை கொண்டிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி
And a study conducted by the U.S. National Study of Medicine, the National Institute of Health, has studied the various effects and benefits of firewalking. And they found that those who participated in firewalking had increased levels of happiness and lower fatigue levels compared to those who did not participate in firewalking. The next method is by applying turmeric on the chest drinking neem juice, and meditating on Devi Parashakti every day. So this
Bididi. It
healing, the
is not,
benefits.
I'm not talking. Bididi. It is not, I'm not talking from air. I'm talking from ground. In Bididi, before we came to that land, 30 borewells were dug, no water. Now, from the day we came till now, we have water for 10,000 people to live comfortably in that very land. It's only pouring, pouring Karumari's grace. Wherever we started ashram, nature completely cooperates because we know biology, whole biology thinks. If you are having bitter relationships in your life, just start drinking bitter neem juice every morning. The problem will be solved. Understand, if you are irritated, even if you don't react, even if you don't talk to people, you release that kind of vibes. Take Haritaki, you will see you release sweet kind of vibes. Take neem juice, you release healing, compassionate vibes. A woman who applies neem powder and takes bath, who applies turmeric powder and takes bath, is equivalent to Karumari Mahamai. That neem paste and turmeric powder, if a woman takes bath with that, she is equivalent to Mahamai. She is embodiment of Karumari because she will be manifesting that same vibes of Karumari. I sincerely recommend people start doing all these activities like applying neem paste and taking bath, applying haritaki powder and taking bath, applying turmeric powder and taking bath, applying basma and taking bath, especially for men, basma, for women, neem paste and turmeric paste. All four can be used by both all genders. That is different. If you want specific, I'll recommend the neem and turmeric for female body, haritaki and basma for male body. Understand, your whole biology things. Working on whole biology changes the whole life. So, now with this understanding the whole biology things, think Mahavagya. This is Ajapa Ajapa. Think Mahavagya. With the understanding your whole biology thinks. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Blessings to all of you. Start manifesting powers. Now,
there's been extensive research that has been done on turmeric, and the National Center for Biotechnology Information in the US has studied the various health benefits of turmeric, and they found that traditionally turmeric is known for its anti-inflammatory effect, and curcumin, the active agent in turmeric, has been shown in the last 2 decades to be a potent immunomodulator agent that can modulate the activation of T cells, B cells, macrophages, neutrophils, natural killer cells, and dendritic cells. And curcumin can also downregulate the expression of various pro-inflammatory cytokines, including TNF, IL-1, IL-2, IL-6, IL-8, IL-12, and chemokines. And this is most likely done through the inactivation of the transcription factor NF-kappa B. And this research shows that turmeric can modulate the activation of various immune cells, and as well as enhance the body's antibody response. And with a strengthened immune system, you will be able to stay healthy and be able to maintain an active lifestyle. And in India.com, it was also reported that neem can help fight against coronavirus, and it's a very important component of Ayurveda. And a study published by KGMU has found that turmeric, meat, and neem are effective against coronavirus. The next method is with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the peels and going to sleep. And this is how you can apply onion in the peels and banana, and then you can cover it with a sock and then go to sleep. And onion is very well known to be a potent detoxifying agent, and in Medical Daily it was reported that onions contain a high amount of sulfur compounds, which not only give onions the recognizable smell, but are also powerful detoxifying agents. And with more than 100 sulfur-containing compounds, which are what cause the eyes to tear, onions can help prevent and treat ailments from diabetes to heart disease. This is why in Ayurveda, it's very well known as a medicine that is very potent. And it was also reported in the Journal of Phototherapy on the detoxifying effects of onions. The downstream products are a complex mixture of sulfur-based compounds, and these compounds from onions have been reported to have a range of health benefits, which include anti-carcinogenic properties, anti-platelet activity, anti-thrombotic activity, anti-asthmatic, and antibiotic effects. And the next method is being in an unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. Let us understand these signs of unclutching revealed by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people
and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. Is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds, it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Dakshinamurti and feels why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
And the next method is by doing Ajaba Ajaba of the cosmic sound Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. And a study conducted by the US National Library of Medicine on the benefits of chanting has found that doing Ajaba Ajaba chanting has a direct and positive benefit for the physical health as well as the mental well-being. And the study correlates the chanting of Ajaba Ajaba to the vagus nerve stimulation used as a treatment for depression and epilepsy. And a study conducted by Dr. Masuro Imoto established that human intentions, words, or thoughts can change the molecular structure formation in water. And this interesting research clearly depicts how when the water is being exposed to positive sound vibrations, the molecular formation in the water changes to a pleasant formation, whereas a negative sound vibration or words can disfigure or distort the water molecule formation. So here you can see the various sounds that were spoken to water, and there were two experiments done where one positive sounds or vibrations or words were given to water, so compassion, thank you, wisdom, and they found that the water formed these beautiful crystal snowflake-like structures, and when negative words or sounds were played for the water, like heavy metal music, I will kill you, you fool, and they found that the water had very disfigured, disjointed structures, and it did not form into this beautiful molecular structure when, like what the positive sounds created in the water. And this research shows that the impact of few words on one glass of water, but imagine what happens inside your body, which is composed of up to 60% water when you chant the Ajaba Ajaba, the chanting of the powerful sacred mantra. The last step is being in the state beyond remembrance, beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Purana that blossoms as Aham Aham, the Ananda Purana. And these are the 8 methods that Devi Parashakti has revealed in order to protect yourself from Corona by praying to her, connecting with her, and worshiping her through these 8 methods. You will surely be protected from coronavirus. And with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program, and we'll be entering into the next segment where we will understand how we can connect with Devi Parashakti more deeply. And Devi has been continuously guiding us over the last several months. She's even revealed the method for protecting ourselves from coronavirus. So if you are just overflowing with love and gratitude for your divine cosmic mother, you can stay tuned for this segment where we will understand the various offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti and how you can connect with Devi more deeply. Devi Parashakti is the complete manifestation of both the masculine and feminine consciousness, and both consciousness have to be expressed equally by every human being to be enlightened. Until enlightenment, only the masculine dimension expresses more than that of the feminine dimension, irrespective of whether you are in a male or female physical body. And every human being has to complete with these 5 dimensions to achieve enlightenment. The first is the Pitrus, or the ancestors. The second is the Kula Devatas, the family deities. The third are the parents who we inherit our DNA from. And the fourth is nature. And fifth is Guru, who will ultimately bestow enlightenment upon you. The incompletions are life negative adharmic cognitions in these 5 dimensions, which lead to misconstrued karana and karya, the cause and effect, which further lead to suffering and pain and calamities in individual, personal, and collective and global levels. Being sensitive is being aware and in gratitude to life for everything that we have, from the air that we breathe, to the place that we sit, to the energy that we feel that we exist, to the energy to celebrate our existence. These 43 energies constitute our human body, which, when all 43 are integrated to Dharma, one becomes enlightened. Dharma is the cosmic motherly completion and sensitivity from the level of the Panchabhutas. And this is the core principle of the cosmos. Awakening the sacred feminine is key to enlightenment. When awakened, man expresses the sacred feminine consciousness. He becomes a great revered leader. And when awakened, a woman expresses the sacred feminine consciousness. She becomes Devi, the cosmic mother expressing all the powers. And the key to awaken the sacred feminine consciousness is conscious sovereignty, which the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has revealed immensely about over the last several months and have blessed us into over the last several months. Out of millions of paths, the easiest, sweetest, and most beautiful path to enlightenment is connecting with the cosmos as mother, as Devi Parashakti, the cosmic feminine consciousness. And Devi is the one who expresses as Guru all the gods and all the manifestations in the universe. She can straight away deliver enlightenment by connecting to the cosmic umbilical cord. And an offering is not done to benefit the divine, but to close our gap with the divine consciousness. And when we achieve completion with the divine mother, her infinite powers with her sweet grace starts nourishing all our dimensions through the cosmic umbilical cord. There's nothing too small or too big one can offer to connect with the Divine Mother. It has to be from a space of love, of a child looking at a mother and handing her what it has to share with her out of deep love and gratitude. It can be a cup of milk or a flower, or it can be a precious jewel to adorn her smiling face or her hair. And the Vedic rishis have clearly stated the technique to connect with the sacred feminine consciousness, to awaken the same qualities in us. And one can connect with Paramashiva through oneness, but with the divine cosmic mother, it is only by worshiping her feet with devotion. And mother worship is the most non-violent, most peace-centered, most healing, soothing, and sweetest path to enlightenment among all traditions on planet Earth. Worshipping includes contemplating, meditating through sacred offerings of mantras and oblations at her feet. Mother worship, as we have stated, is the sweetest path to enlightenment. Why worship the Mother? Why the Divine Feminine? Because she is the ultimate, and she can make you experience the ultimate. This is the Shastra Pramana for Devi Parashakti. And it translates, I walk as the 11 Rudras, I walk as the Vasus, I walk as Vishnu and other Adityas and all the divine forms of Vishwadevas, assuming the form of the inner self of all gods. I hold aloft Mitra and Varuna, even as Indra and Agni, I do, and the Ashwini twins too. This is from the Rig Veda. The Ekadasha Rudras, Maharudra, Ashtavasus, Dvadasha Adityas, the Vishvadevata, all of them are my retinue. I move around in my various forms with them as my retinue. I protect all of them, including Mitra, Varuna, Indra, Agni, and the Ashwini Devatas. Devi declares herself as the inner self of all the gods, the divine energies. She is all pervading and all permeating, and we are the most blessed beings on planet Earth to be able to relate with Devi Parashakti as our very own Guru, manifesting through the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself, to bestow all the divine energies upon us and to guide us through this crisis. So let us understand how we can connect with Devi Parashakti more deeply and offer our love and gratitude to Devi. So the very first offering that we have is the E-Hundi offering, which is the general donation, which can be made in any amount. And this is like in any temple that you visit, you may offer a few dollars or how much ever you would like in the Hundi. And you can do the same online through the E-Hundi offering that Kailasa has made available for each and every one of you. And you can just do this with your love and your devotion, just to say thank you, the divine, for happening in your life. And it is stated that Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. And if there is any fear in the minds of the devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn, and this is not the autumn, the season, but rather the autumn of our lives, when our thoughts turn more and more inwards and the role of the divine becomes much more known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes much stronger, and Devi is described as the one who bestows happiness on all her devotees. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted during the puja to Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Sankalpa chanting, or the offering of your conscious resolution to Devi Parashakti. And in the Saundarya Lahari, it states that the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become chanting of your name. Let all my movements become auspicious mantras, that my travel become perambulation around you. Let the act of eating and drinking become fire. Let become fire offerings, oblations in homas and yajnas to you. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you, and let all actions of pleasure of mine become part of your worship. And when you offer the Sankalpa chanting to Devi Parashakti from this context, you will be blessed with all boons, asked and unasked, remembered and forgotten, and all of it will manifest by the grace of Devi Parashakti herself. The next offering is the Devi Sahasranama Swadnakhasu, which is the golden coin with the inscription of the various names of Devi Parashakti. And each of these various names are the various divine qualities of Devi Parashakti, whether it's her infinite compassion or her overflowing knowledge. Whichever quality you may be connecting with, you will be blessed with all of these Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the divine qualities and attributes of Devi Parashakti when you offer this Sahasranama Swadnakhasu. Next offering is the Mukta Angruti, the finger ring with a pearl. And Devi Meenakshi is very well known to be adorned in pearls. And the pearl represents the compassion of Devi. And when you offer this Mukta Angruti, you will be blessed with Devi Parashakti's compassion and protection from all dangers and fears in your life. The next offering is the Sarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And it is stated that Devi is the one who bestows accomplishments and intellect, the one who showers worldly prosperity. And Devi is the one who powers the subtle mantra of the cosmos. I bow to you, O Devi Mahalakshmi. And so when you offer this Swarna Padma Pushpa, you'll be blessed with attracting positive relationships in personal and business dimensions of your life. The next offering is the Swarna Mekhi, the golden covering that you can offer to the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And in the Saundarya Lahari, it states that Lord Brahma, the creator of your, selects a dust from your feet and creates this world. The great Adishesha with his thousands of heads somehow carries a dust from your feet with great effort. And the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nicely and uses it as holy ash. You can see the greatness of Devi Parashakti's feet, which one dust from him is enough for Lord Brahma to create the entire world. You will be blessed with a lifetime of leadership qualities by offering worship to the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And this can be achieved even by worshiping a tiny grain of dust from her feet. And the Methi is a gold co-ring that you can offer to adorn the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry, which Devi is described as the one who makes the nectar flow from the Sahasrara, the crown center, to the Anya, the third eye, and permeates all our 72,000 nadis, the energy centers, to give us the ultimate experience of the cosmos. So when you offer this Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry, you will be blessed with your Sahasrara overflowing with the bliss energy and be blessed to have an enlightened lifestyle. The next offering is the Pratiksha Pada Puja, which is the most favorite offering of all the devotees and disciples of the Supreme Consciousness. And is a very special offering that you can make to your very own Guru, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti just for your blessing and healing. And Adi Shankaracharya has stated the greatness of worshipping the Guru's feet. And he describes, my repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All things of this world are in my hands as rewards for my virtue. Yet if one's mind be not centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then, what then, what then? You can see the greatness of worshipping the Guru's feet, who is manifesting the feminine consciousness, the one who is beyond the idea of male and female. And when you worship the divine lotus feet of the Guru in the dimension of the Cosmic Mother, you will be blessed with the most auspicious, sweetest path to enlightenment. And the next offering is the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of clothes to Guru, the dimension of the Cosmic Mother. And this is done during the Pratiksha Pada Puja. And when you offer this, you will be bestowed with all protection in your life and a sweet path to enlightenment. Here is the list of all the various offerings. The first is the E-Hundi offering, the general donation. The Sankalpa chanting, the offering of a conscious resolution. The next is the Devi Sahasranama Sparnakasu, the gold coin with the inscription of Devi's various names. The Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. The Svarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. The Svarna Metti, the golden toe ring. The Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry. And the Pratiksha Pada Puja, the worship of the lotus feet of the Guru. And the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of cloth to the Guru. So you can make any of these offerings by visiting gateway.nithyanandeshwarahindutemple.org/NHTLA, and you can direct yourself to the Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan donations page. And this is what you will be seeing when you visit this website. And you can select whichever offering you would like to make. It is in a very simple drop-down menu. And here you can see all of the various offerings in the drop-down menu. And you can choose whichever one you would like. Say you would like to offer the Svarnameti, you can go ahead and choose that. And you can choose as many as you would like. You would like to offer one on behalf of your daughter, and as well as for yourself, you can choose two and add that to your cart. And this is what your cart will look like once you have added all of your offerings. You can verify everything is there, and then you can proceed to the checkout. And then once you proceed to checkout, you can fill out all of your billing details like you would for any other online payment. It's a very simple process. And you can fill out your order details. And once this is done, you can go ahead and place your order and offer your seva to Devi Parashakti. After that, you can also go ahead and become a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda page. This is also a very simple process. You can just go to YouTube and visit Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda page, and you can click the join button on this page. And once you have clicked that, you will be directed to this window where you can choose which level of e-Kailashian or member you would like to be. And you can choose between the bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and premium levels. And each of these offer various benefits, various exclusive content that you will have access to. And it's a very simple process to make this payment. You can do it through your credit card or debit card or through PayPal, and this can be done directly through YouTube. And once you are done, you will be a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda page, and you will be able to ask any of your questions live during the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings in the comment section in YouTube, in the YouTube video. And if you do not see this join button, as was shown earlier, it means you are already a member and you will already have access to all of this exclusive content. So once you are done with that, you will be a member and you will have all of the various benefits of becoming a member of the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda page. And so with this, you can see the link for the offering that you can make. So you can visit gateway.nithyanandeshwarahindutemple.org/NHTLA, and you can direct yourself to the Parashakti Bhavasmadhi Darshan's donations page. And this is where you can make your offering. So again, this link will be projected for a few moments. And with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program, and we will be entering into the next segment, where we will be hearing from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnipita, where the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has opened up all of the Kailasas in India for the Kailasa COVID care centers for multi-layer quarantine in order to protect all of the citizens from coronavirus during this time. So we have Ma Dayamai Swami with us here today to guide us through this, all of the various activities that are going on in Adi Kailasa Sarvajnipita. So thank you so much, Ma Nithyananda. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Ma Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back and to this segment of the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, which are now the COVID care protection centers, which are adding to not only protection from the COVID, which are giving you a conscious breakthrough, adding more joy, more peace, more blissful life. So let us understand with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. If you see the statistics across the world today, the COVID-19 Delta variant is still most concerning, says the World Health Organization experts. Even with the emergence of the new COVID-19 variant, the Delta strain remains the top concern globally, appearing to outcompete others. Senior officials with the World Health Organization said on Tuesday, I think the Delta variant for me is the one that's most concerning because of the increased transmittability, said Dr. Marina van Kerkhove, the agency's technical lead for COVID-19, speaking during an online question and answer session. It's doubly transmissible compared to the ancestor strain, which means that it can spread to more people. According to the World Economic Forum, the reports, the COVID-19 made the world less peaceful. COVID-19 variant incidences and fatalities, January 2020 to April 2021. You can see the violent incidences related to the pandemic peaked in April 2020. The prevalence of depression and anxiety remains high among younger adults in France. Younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorders during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ages 18 to 24, the younger adults, which are aging between 18 to 24, about 56.2% got affected, and ages 25 to 49, about 48.9 got affected, and about ages 50 to 64, about 38.1% got affected, and ages 65 plus, about 29.3 are reporting symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorders. And what it was from January to June, a 6 month period, the average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder, the 6 month period in the year of 2019 was 11%, but now in just 1 month, in January 2021, it spiked up to 41%. And the set of result which shows the younger adults are more affected the anxiety and depressive disorder during the pandemic. The stress in America in 2020, a national mental health crisis, COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, which is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. COVID-19 could exacerbate the doctor's existing mental health burden. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19, 300 have died. Of the healthcare workers who treated patients during China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 40% showed signs of anxiety. The self-reported mental health among pregnant women, new mothers, before COVID-19 pandemic, depression was 15%. Now, during the pandemic, the depressive rate increased to 40.7%. Now, what it was, the anxiety before the pandemic was 29%, and now during this pandemic, the anxiety level is increased to 72%. Living under stay-at-home orders, 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. Students are interacting most with parents during COVID-19 physical distancing, and parents can support students simply spending time with them, ranked much higher than talking about COVID-19 news. For college students, mental wellness, virtual face-to-face time. For high school students, digital social gatherings. 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Understanding the pandemic's impact on working women. The nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. The global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting in the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. The COVID-19 recession has seen the fastest, steepest downgradable in consensus growth projections among all global recessions since 1990. According to the UN news, COVID-19 threatening global peace and security. UN chief warns. While the COVID-19 pandemic is the first and foremost a health crisis, its implications are far more reaching and could threaten global peace and security. The UN Secretary General told members of the Security Council in a closed video conference held on Thursday. But the pandemic also poses a significant threat to the maintenance of international peace and security, potentially leading to an increase in the social unrest and violence that would greatly undermine our ability to fight the disease. He warned, later stating that the Council's engagement will be critical to mitigate these implications. COVID-19 profoundly affecting peace across the globe, says the Secretary General in address to Security Council. The COVID-19 pandemic is profoundly affecting peace and security across globe. Secretary General Antonio Guterres told the Secretary Council in a 2nd July 2021 video conference debate, pressing the chamber to use its collective influence to protect the millions of people affected by conflict and already facing acute vulnerabilities. Addressing the 15-member organ on the impact of COVID-19 on international peace and security, Mr. Guterres said the health pandemic is fast becoming a protection crisis. Collective security and our shared well-being are under assault on many fronts. He emphasized, led by a relentless disease and abated global fragilities, our challenge is to save lives today while buttressing the pillars of security for tomorrow. COVID-19 updates from UNEP, the environmental program. Time to get serious about the climate change. On a warming planet, no one is safe. You have been telling us for over 3 decades of the dangers of allowing the planet to warm. The world listened, but it did not hear. The world listened, but it did not act strongly enough. As a result, climate change is a problem that is here. Now, nobody is safe and it is getting worse faster. According to the International Labour Organization, COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. The COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. The Mumbai mayor says the third wave is here. What do the September surge in COVID cases tells us? The city's mayor has said that the third wave of COVID is already upon Mumbai, pointing to a sudden spike in cases. The third wave of COVID-19 is not coming, it is here, said Kishori Padnekar, adding that an announcement regarding the matter had already been made in Nagpur. Speaking of the coming festive season in Maharashtra, the mayor urged people to remain in their homes. The mandals have been asked to allow only 10 people and have them work in shifts, she said. The breakthrough infections found in 25% health staff study. A little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant. The study, jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology and Maximum Hospitals in Delhi NCR, found that vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. The new COVID-19 variant, Mu, shows signs of vaccine resistance. All you need to know. A new coronavirus strain known as Mu, which was first identified in Colombia in January, has been designated a variant of interest by the World Health Organization. After being detected in Colombia, Mu, known scientifically as B.1.621, has since been reported in other South American countries and in Europe. The Mu variant has a constellation of mutations that indicate potential properties of immune escape, the General Health Body said Tuesday in its weekly pandemic bulletin. The new strain of COVID-19 detected in 6 countries, Power Breakfast, CNBC TV 18. The ongoing coronavirus pandemic is not over yet, and the new highly mutated COVID C.1.2 strain discovered in South Africa is a testimony to how dangerously the virus can adapt to bypass vaccines when the world decides to reopen prematurely. The C.1.2 variant has been termed the world's most mutated variant since the beginning of the pandemic. The new COVID variant C.1.2 causes flutter. The World Health Organization says it's watching. The WHO has said that to date there are 100 sequences of C.1.2 reported globally from the easiest reports from May 21 from South Africa, and currently it does not appear to be increasing in circulation. The new variant was first found in South Africa in May. Researchers from South Africa have described the C.1.2 variant, which has 40 to 59 mutations more than the original Wuhan virus. The speed of evolution for this variant is 1.8 faster than the average. So join the COVID Care Protection Centers and register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Making peace with nature is possible if we start now. Making peace with nature is possible if we start now. Even amid a pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, societal, and economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty, by 2030 if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economies and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now let's watch a video clip on this. Making peace with the nature. The World Health Organization Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be a health without peace, and there cannot be a peace without health. If individuals and groups enjoy equitable access to health services, fulfilling their rights to physical and mental health, and health actors design neutral health interventions that promote trust and dialogue, and communities are empowered to cope with violent conflicts, then health coverage is more universal. Grievances can be heard and addressed to generate trust around the health emergency. Concerns affected communities are more likely to make meaningful contributions to peace and reconciliation and to resist incitement to violence. The world today, on International Yoga Day on 21st June 2021 theme, Yoga for Well-Being. The day will be marked at a time when COVID-19 pandemic continues to upend lives and livelihoods of people globally. Beyond its immediate impact on physical health, the COVID-19 pandemic has also exacerbated psychological suffering and mental health problems, including depression and anxiety, as pandemic-related restrictions continue in various forms in many countries. This has highlighted the urgent need to address the mental health dimension of the pandemic, in addition to the physical health aspects. The message of yoga in promoting both the physical and mental well-being of humanity has never been more relevant. A growing trend of people around the world embracing yoga to stay healthy and rejuvenated and to fight social isolation and depression has been witnessed during the pandemic. Yoga is also playing a significant role in the psychosocial care and rehabilitation of COVID-19 patients in quarantine and isolation. It is particularly helpful in allaying the fears and anxiety. The United States Institute of Peace, amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. The tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflict around the world while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. The Sustainable Developmental Goals, the UN spotlights health benefits of yoga, ancient practice that can see stress in our modern laptop lives. Yoga is a practice that can be relevant to all ages, relevant to all cultures, irrespective of what socio-economic status people represent. It can be used to unite our complex, difficult world to promote not only healthy lifestyle, but to promote peace and security in the world, says Dr. Nata Manabde, Executive Director of the New York office of the World Health Organization, at an event entitled Conversation Yoga for Health. The stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with faith taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. Food systems hold key to ending world hunger. Effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on UN has noted a dramatic increase in world hunger. According to the state of the food security and nutrition in the world, 1/10 of global population and as many as 811 million people were undernourished in 2020, an increase of 118 million from 2019. According to the EAT, the Lancet Commission, moving towards diets with a diversity of plant-based foods, low amounts of animal source foods, unsaturated rather than saturated fats, the limited amounts of refined grains, highly processed foods, and added sugars could prevent between 19 to 24% of all adult deaths each year. International peace and security. Our contemporary world is showing no signs of decline in the intensity of violent conflicts, crime, displacement, and prevalence of a continued state of tension in many regions of the world, adding to a UN report in the year 2019 alone, about 50% of 358 political conflicts worldwide involve the use of violence. Geopolitical tensions, which have been on the rise even before the COVID-19 pandemic, have only prolonged violent conflict, making it difficult for policy makers to come together and resolve their differences peacefully and amicably. The last decade witnessed the highest number of people internally displaced by conflict and violence. The international peace and security, the Vedic tradition beautifully describes Yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tatona vijugupshate. Isha Upanishad verse 6. The inner peace leads to world peace. Now let us see the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the world peace. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism always says the self-transformation secret to achieve global peace.
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which are attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the
Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means, I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global. Social answer means, I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global.
Now, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that Sri Kailasa is all about peace-based powerfulness.
Listen carefully. The space of Shanti, is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything. All the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen.
Now, let us listen from Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that every prayer in Hinduism ends with peace and begins with peace.
chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lost all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure. You yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the supreme pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility.
Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace.
Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then let them send a challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. What the work we do will talk for us, the talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us, the talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is the responsibility of Hindus. We living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching yoga meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world.
The Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the founder and spiritual head of Kailasa, the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization nation, which is being revived by displaced Hindus from around the world. The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to recreate a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind-body emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions rooted in the highest truths, the lifestyle based on the living and radiating the higher values of life and powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. In a short period of public life, he has contributed to humanity in the areas of meditation, healing, health and wellness, yoga, medicine, education, lifestyle, and science and technology. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working on creating and teaching people. One, significance of peace and how to achieve it. Second, working for higher consciousness, life and lifestyle, and reducing collective negativity in thought, words, and actions. Living in oneness, peaceful coexistence with humanity and nature. Fifth, manifesting superhuman powers for a better quality of life. More than 20 million people in 347 cities in 196 countries over a 6-continent revere and follow the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aimed to reduce crime globally by conducting mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. Scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of community practiced meditation pujas, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on average. The current tally in the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged. Include all the events, programs, and festivals where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals. The total count comes out to be a staggering 409 billion minutes for peace so far. Kailasa's Minutes for Peace, you can see the pictures here. The about 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in a 45-day meditation program called Shuddhatvaitam. Kailasa's mission of global peace and super consciousness breakthrough. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has hosted Kumbh Mela, United States of America, in Los Angeles since 2007. Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized the first confluence for the world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California, USA. The second confluence for peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. Kailasa's mission of global peace and super consciousness breakthrough. In 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life, to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. His Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has conducted large-scale collective meditations on September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness and awareness of peace. As part of the Kailasa's mission of global peace and super consciousness breakthrough, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated thousands of sannyasis. And sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating hundreds of people into the Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute the best things to human civilization, living their life with the cognition that life is for others. These monks and nuns act as harbingers of peace and empowerment for the human society distraught with violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, the spiritual journeys, taking spiritual aspirant to high energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailasa, Varanasi, Angkor Wat, which is in Cambodia, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation. Reviving the original spiritual context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern-day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present of these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individual and collective peace as a natural consequence. Now, let us see the revelations of Devi Parashakti to the world. On 12th May 2021, Devi revealed that I came as Nija avatar. I am blessing you. Listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija avatar. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings come, and we cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come and they have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world and cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya in Adi Kailasa because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies rule. The captain has to leave the ship. On 12th May 2021, Devi continued to reveal that before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana, is going to flower, allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya they will not have death, they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line and every day they will come and dip in Ananda Lingam. On 13th May 2021, Devi revealed that, listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing the Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. On 13th May 2021, Devi continued to reveal that crores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana water feast and medicine, to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. On 14th May 2021, Devi revealed that whoever comes to Adi Kailasa and does the good work of saving people from deadly corona, I myself will do all their life's work. This is a commitment Paramashakti is giving you all. Parameshwari, I will do what I say. On 19th May 2021, Devi revealed that to save people from corona, I have set up a huge ship, Ananda Sarovar, Vaidya Sarovar, and Ananda Lingam. I have made it in Adi Kailasa. Go there, take water every day, worship Ananda Lingam, water, turmeric, milk, and neem rasam showered on Navapashanam are the medicines for this. On 19th May 2021, Devi revealed that the doors of Adi Kailasa will be open for all those who will come with trust. It will protect. It will protect body and will give conscious health. It will also give highest powers, dharma, artha, kama, moksha, jnana, powers, and the God beyond kama, Adi Kailasa life will give all goodness. On 11th June 2021, Devi revealed that drop the foolish mind with the business motive of bargaining and attain surrender and go to Adi Kailasa, be in Adi Kailasa, I will do good to you. On 18th June 2021, Devi revealed that for saving your life, go to Adi Kailasa, best life is there. Before Corona takes your life away, go to Adi Kailasa and save your life. On 5th July 2021, Devi revealed that the soil of Adi Kailasa is the Sarva Roga Nivarini, that means cure for all diseases. For all the diseases in the world, Paramashakti, myself taking the form of Nithyananda as Nija Avatara, walking there barefoot for many years, manifesting all powers, the very soil was converted into great medicine that solves all karmas. On 5th July 2021, Devi revealed that taking the soil of Adi Kailas and mixing it with the water of Navapashana Linga of Vaidyasarovar, and by applying it, all pains will vanish. Breaking the attachment to body, it will make you enlightened. Goodness is there. I told the truth. Go to Adi Kailasa. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. Now, the various COVID care centers open across India are Adi Kailasa, Enbadadi, Bangalore, Salem Adhinam, Tirunamalai, Rajapalam, Puduvai, Pattanam, Srirangapadi, Sripuram, Madurai, Avatipalam, Huzur, and Baroda, mainly in Tamil Nadu, Hyderabad, and Gujarat and Pondicherry. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19, the third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Cosmic revelations on global pandemic. Free social services offered during the pandemic on de facto spiritual embassies across India are medical care, which includes allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, which is ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, and organic farming. So join the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. The link again, registration link to join the COVID care protection centers, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now, the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers are mainly the temple-based ecosystems, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worked over 27 plus years tirelessly to establish these temple-based ecosystems. And these temple-based ecosystems not only add to everyone to joy, peace, and bliss, and also the super consciousness breakthrough. And these Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies are now COVID care protection centers. Now let us understand the basics of why temple-based ecosystems. What is the temple sciences?
Little about this particular Meenakshi temple. Please tell us who is Devi Meenakshi and her husband. Why this grand temple? What are the visible and invisible functions of this temple? Please tell us, Swamiji.
Read the next question also.
As we see in our present time, towers of mobile, TV or dish TV antennas everywhere connecting invisibility to satellites, doing an incredible function for individuals and for society. My question is, There is and was everywhere temples and deities in this culture. Anybody coming from outside just wonder, is this just sentimental carved stones worshipping culture or just artistic sculpture? What is the invisible function of temples, deities?
See, both questions, same answer. That is the reason I wanted to answer both the questions together. Modern day dish TVs, antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See, the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit super consciousness from one place to another place. Please understand. In Meenakshi's time, there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab. And if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people were able to connect with the super consciousness have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with super consciousness. The mechanism which connects with the super consciousness. Please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures, they are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the super consciousness. In each house in Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is a place from where continuous super consciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, see, in those days human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. So the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind shifts. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings were so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion, destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. One example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air or 30 feet above the air without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road? Waste. I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, you will understand temples, deities, how useful they are, how directly useful they are, how they are part of our life, how they enrich our life, and how they make human beings intelligent, enlightened. These are the methods created to create enlightened civilization. These grand temples are not built as an just monument. They are built as a conscious movement. It is not like Egyptian pyramids, monuments. No. It is conscious movement to raise human beings to the highest consciousness, to make human beings experience the highest purpose. Understand, unclutch, use the temples to achieve the highest consciousness.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation.
Now, let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that deities hold energy which lands when doing the prana pratishtha, the consecration of the deities.
Actually, after the great pause settling, I wanted to do this Kumbhabhishekam, and then the Shivacharyas have advised us that only after the Uttrayanam, Uttrayana Punyakala means after the Uttrayana starts, we are having a good date, Uttamottama date for Kumbhabhishekam. So that's the reason we waited. And see, fundamentally, deity intensely receives the energy like a lightning and holds it and manifests continuously for the whole humanity. You see, it's like if I have to talk to you in a normal social language, it's like a lightning holder. Like I can get into the samadhi, one with Paramashiva, and bring the whole thing to planet Earth. But the deity should be able to hold it and manifest it, radiate it for the humanity. So that is the reason the beautiful, dense, most dense granite deity is made. The earlier, the Avudayar we made, too much of power manifestation, it has given crack in multiple places. I don't know how you guys will be able to believe. Maybe I'll tell them to show the video. Such dense granite cracks to pieces and so carefully maintained with so much of all the Abhishekam, Puja and everything. Crack is the last thing you can imagine in dense granite, but so many places that earlier Avudayar has had, and that's the reason we made the new deity with more dense granite now. More dense granite, the deity is done, so it can withstand the power manifestation and hold the power for quite a long time. Maybe at least next 12 years it can hold. And before that I'm planning for the different level of granite for Avudayar. I wanted to teleport from the other planets where the 100 times more dense than planet Earth's granite is available. And anyhow, all that I'll do it and then show, and instead of giving material for trolls, I'll give information after everything is achieved, after everything is done.
Reviving the enlightened civilization is the vision of Kailasa, the purpose of my advent, Paramashiva assuming this body and manifesting, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Kailasa is basically an enlightened civilization where everything happens based on the ultimate cosmic principle and ultimate possibilities and powerfulness. You want to know about the universe, they will show you the universe and teach you. And you want to know about the cosmos, they will just show you the cosmos and simple, straightforward. And in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we had at least 10,000 sampradayas, religions, spiritual traditions, keeping this enlightenment science alive. And each Hindu sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created for keeping enlightenment science alive. Every monastery, every adhinam, every mutt, every temple, Every Veda Patashala, every Sarvajna Pita is a lineage sampradaya created to keep the ecosystem of spiritual enlightenment alive. Some may be Shakta, some may be Yoga, some may be Vedanta, some may be Tantra, some may be Yoga Vedanta, some may be Yoga Shaiva, some may be Vaidika Shaiva, all kinds of permutation and combination. Each temple, each mutt, each monastery, each adhinam, each Veda Patashala, each Sannyasa Sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created to keep the enlightenment science alive of that Sampradaya. Hindu temples are not just worship altars or religious congregation places or just memorial. Hindu temples are not just worship altars or religious congregation place or just memorial for certain legendary person or incident. Hindu temples are residences of God. There was a time in Hinduism, they had 56 nations, 200 states, and 1,700 provinces and 10,000 sampradayas. Almost 95% of the population were Hindus. Slowly, that brutal terrorists invading, life negative gangs enter, destroy, rob, plunder the temple, destroy the spiritual ecosystem, the enlightenment ecosystem. In last 10,000 years, in last 1,000 years, we did not have a single nation, we did not have a single state, we did not have a single province protecting Hinduism as a state religion legitimately. And in 10,000 sampradayas, without any doubt, I will say only 200 are left alive, struggling to be alive. So Kailasa is a place where everything related to super consciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way that it never gets lost again, and they are there forever serving the humanity. The enlightenment ecosystem are the Kailas. Like every monastery, temple is an ecosystem for keeping the enlightenment science alive and flourish, which can automatically make people enlightened. It is like enlightenment automatic machinery. Anybody comes in, they just get introduced, inspired, excited, energized, and made to power manifest status, enlightened, and start radiating, and they start spreading. Enlightenment becomes the source for energy and excitement. A person who can make enlightenment as a source for energy and excitement for anyone is an incarnation. Fortunately, we are successful in making enlightenment as the source for energy and excitement to millions of people all over the world. This whole Kailasa is a revival of that enlightened civilization. A temple is a place where an intense cosmic energy is available for everyone to experience. Significantly, all the major Vedic temples built over the centuries have been consecrated by enlightened masters, or rather, the temple has grown around the intense energy field established by an enlightened master for the benefit of humankind. Just as the rich man leaves behind his wealth for the next generation, after he leaves the body, enlightened masters leave behind the huge energy that they bring with them in the form of temples. For example, the 4 main Shankara Pitams were established by the 8th century master Adi Shankara, the Chidambaram temple by Patanjali, and the Palani temple by the Siddha Bhogar, the Arunachaleshwara temple by the Saint Idayikadar, and Tirupati by Konga Navar, and Tanjore by Kuruvarur. The powerful spiritual vibrations present in these places are so palpable that even the most casual visitor can feel its effects in the form of peace, bliss, or clarity. When maintained properly, using the subtle powers of mantras, rituals, and meditation, temples can hold and radiate this precious energy for thousands of years. Temples are designed as energy centers, energized by the great enlightened masters to radiate, and the enlightened masters present even when they leave their body. Temples are found deliberately at a place where the positive energy is available abundantly from the magnetic and electric wave conveyances of North and South Pole push. The idol of God is set in the core center of the temple, known as Garbhagruha Sanctum Sanctorium. This is the area where the Earth magnetic field is discovered to be the most extreme. Therefore, it is the energy source. The Dvajastambha, the flagpole, behaves as a transformer. The huge domes are for amplifying the energy. Temples were systematically built for the transmission of energy on a large scale. So, by establishing temples across the world, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism contributed to the global peace by transforming each individual by establishing these temple ecosystems. These ecosystems are across continents, and they are Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, now adding to Kailasa's COVID care production centers. Join these Kailasa's COVID care production centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now we'll move on to the next segment of this program after a short break.
Nithyanandam, Jnanapatati Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattvamasyaadilakshayam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is cognitive shift, playing with life, playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, raising your frequency, not work.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explained power manifestation is commanding over the reality as you want and everybody listening to you. That was the ultimate possibility, Paramashiva space in all of us. And it's a science because millions have experienced the superconscious breakthrough, and each one of us can have the superconscious breakthrough, manifesting these powers of Paramashiva. And for each powers, all the pramanas, all the evidences are beautifully listed here. The Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and Agamas. Apta Pramana, the experience and results of Apta. Millions of rishis, munis, ganas, nainamas, alvas, siddhas, yoginis, all of them manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. They are the authority of Hinduism. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Bhagwan plays all the leelas of all the power manifestation, having the cognitive shift, manifesting the superconscious space is the leela that Bhagwan plays. For us to understand, a human can have a superconscious breakthrough and manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of disciples, devotees, followers all around the world manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, initiated by Bhagwan in the Kailasa courtyard into the science of power manifestation. Bhagwan says, I myself will be more present than you, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva in the Kailasa courtyard. Whoever comes, they can experience the highest reality. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in an enlightened state. Bhagwan beautifully says, not just the thoughtless space, also the powers are scientifically measured and clearly documented that how the power manifestation is scientific and foolproof and time-tested. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana for the breath dimension. Shastra Pramana for the breath dimension is from the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.19. Shakti Sandhane Sariropatihi. Bhagwan Paramashiva says, by aiming and fixing the self on Shakti, uniting in oneness with the supreme power, the embodiment of that which is cognized and willed at once, manifest at once, the length, breadth, depth, time and space. Bhagavan Paramashiva clearly says 4 steps. 1, by aiming and fixing the self on Shakti. 2nd, the oneness with Paramashiva, the bhava that you are. The embodiment of that is cognized when it has become a cognition. And when it has become cognition, when you have the will persistence, when you know it is going to happen. How you prepare in the outer world, exams or anything, that you know it is going to happen and you know very clearly that you are preparing for that and you are going to achieve it. And when that has become cognition in you that you are going to score the excellent mark, you manifest that as reality. Here in the inner world also, when you are will persistent that you are walking Paramashiva, talking Paramashiva, drinking Paramashiva, discussing Paramashiva, you are Paramashiva. You are not just the identity that you carry as human, but you are the divine Paramashiva who is carrying the identity also as a state of awareness. Bhagavan beautifully says, when you wake up from your deep sleep, you get into the dream enlightenment. And from there, you wake up to the waking state. You have the waking enlightenment. And from waking enlightenment, you have the awakened enlightenment. And finally, the Turyatita, when the master initiates the living enlightenment. All these greater signs, Bhagavan clearly explains so that we understand the higher reality. When Arjuna asked Krishna, who's that is so devoted to you? And Krishna beautifully says, come with me. And he takes to a kingdom where there was a king and the mother and the son. And they receive Krishna and Arjuna and do all the requirement for them and please them, offering the food and offering everything. And then suddenly Arjuna was thinking, what is their big devotion in doing all these things? Suddenly Krishna changes and he says, okay, now the father should get a sword and the mother should hold the child, and the mother should hold the child such that the child should not cry, and the father should cut me and give me the right half to me. So hearing that, Arjuna was startled and he didn't know anything to say. Why is Krishna behaving like this? He is the most compassionate person. He's saying something very different from what he has known Krishna for so many years. And he just totally startled. The father runs to get a sword. The mother prepares the kid and makes him sit on the lap. And once he was about to cut the child's left eye started pouring water. Krishna said, stop now. Why is the child crying? I told very clearly, the child should not cry. There should be no emotion in the child. Then Krishna asked, what happened to you? The child beautifully says that, Krishna, what mistake have I done? My left side has done a mistake, that you want only my right side. I have been only getting up as Krishna, eating as Krishna, doing all my chores as Krishna Arpana. Whatever I do, I offer to your lotus feet. Where did I go wrong? Please explain. My left side feels left out. And hearing this, Arjuna's eyes started watering and feeling, oh my God, he is not even scared that a father is going to kill him, nor run away, nor fear of anything. But he says, why is Krishna not ready to take my left side? And simply he understood what is Jnana Vairagya Bhakti. The Gopikas, the Radha, had this beautiful space for Krishna. The Jnana, the understanding that Paramashiva is the ultimate, and Vairagya, the will persistence that each one of us is Paramashiva, and Bhakti, from there the devotion happens that you are in the oneness with Paramashiva, manifesting Paramashiva as your reality. Understanding these core context and not just a fantasy, not much more deeper reality, that how the existential reality lives in you and manifests so many things, recognizing that in you and understanding that and having the will to recognize much more deeper rather than all this identity that we carry in the outer world, at this materialistic world. is the most beautiful space, then Bhagavan says you manifest as once all the dimensions, length, breadth, depth, time and space. Length is the material dimension. Breath is more liquid, making us understand when you overflow with the length, you go into the breath dimension, that you understand that this is fulfilling. But when you have the breath fulfill, then you go into the cognition. The depth dimension fulfills you. And then when you are enriched and cognize that Paramashiva is the ultimate, you overflow into the space dimension, breaking the time dimension. Bhagavan says the space is a collision, time dimension is a collision between the time, length, breadth, depth, and the space. The dust form is the time, and which can completely clear out when you are depth, will, persistent, and cognition that you are Paramashiva becomes a reality. More and more you can experience the Turiya space by experiencing oneness with Paramashiva. Beautifully here, you can see Gautama, how he manifested. It is not who he is, but who Paramashiva is. He manifested all the greater powers. In Shiva Purana, Koti Rudra Samhita, verse 24-27, this is for the breath dimension, the Apta Pramana, the power of the GPS. The Shiva granted a boon to Gautama. Shiva was so pleased and appeared before Gautama and told him to ask for a boon. When Gautama told that, relieve me from all the sins, Shiva said, my presence is already removed everything. You ask for something else. And looking at Shiva, so he said, Shiva told Gautama to ask for another boon. Gautama thought that the news of his sin has spread everywhere and his intention to purify should be carried out. He therefore requested Paramashiva to make Ganga flow there. Shiva granted the boon and made the remaining water of the Ganga to flow down in Brahmagiri hills. The god arrived there and praised Lord Krishna and Devi Ganga. They requested them to stay there. All the gods will arrive there at the request of the gods and sages. Sage Gautama, Ganga flowed there by the name of Gautami, and Lord Shiva abide there as Triambakeshwara, the Jyotirlinga. Both of them wash away everybody's sin. Such a beautiful space that enriching and causing that Ganga flows through all the way and clears everybody's sins. Bhagavan beautifully says, when Ganga enters the ocean just engulfs her, and simply the ocean is part of Ganga. The purification happens in the whole Ganga. It is how when we drop ourselves, we drop all the sins to Ganga. When the avatars take the dip in Ganga, they purify Ganga. The beautiful space with Ganga, Bhagavan has many satsang on it. Now let's go to the Atma Pramana, where Bhagavan beautifully explains the power manifestation of how we can manifest the ultimate powers.
If you have greed for the Ishwaratva, it will be such a big obstacle for enlightenment. You will be a Bandha Jiva, bound person. If you are afraid of Ishwaratva, again, you will not go into the depth and become enlightened. It is like a doorstep. If you are afraid of doorstep, you will never go there. So you will never go out and be enlightened, be in the open space. If you are greedy of doorstep, again you will be sitting in the doorstep. You will not go out and experience the free space. Neither be greedy, nor be afraid of this Ishwaratva. This all happens during the process. Understand? The technical term in this sutra is again Pradipa. Patanjali uses the same samyama second time only in this sutra. No other sutra speaks of same samyama again. Patanjali is a highly intelligent guy. He doesn't waste words. He's a straightforward guy. He doesn't waste words. He doesn't mince words. Sacred secret in the sutra is use Pradipa to awaken the extraordinary powers like able to see anything you want anywhere, able to smell anything you want anywhere, happened at any time and space. I can exactly tell you when the Meenakshi's marriage happened, how the smell of the room was, how the havan was happening, what was the smell of all those herbs, and what was the smell of the flowers, what was the smell of the flower she was wearing. I can tell you exactly the whole scene.
So beautiful. Beautiful, Bhagavan explained how he can smell, even time travel and smell and come back and tell us. Now, Shakshi Pramana, how beautiful the balasans in the courtyard. Ma Bodhana is explaining the detail of how they manifested the powers exactly.
To my house, which is also very close to the Ohio temple. And for that, she drew it out. She drew the picture of, or the name of my house, the temple, the direct road between, the river behind the temple, as well as the spur road that goes off. So this was about her third question that she'd been asked. Now, if Yanatma's ready to project the pictures, the next one was much more detailed. I asked Atma Maya to tell the name and draw the church that I had gone to for many, many years as a child. So she immediately started drawing, if you can do a close-up here. She drew a picture of a building. Then what she said was, there's a windmill next to the church. And I said, I don't think so. Then one of, I think it was Vedanta herself, said, describe the windmill, what's on it? So if you can see, there's a cross here. I can't get it right. Here, you do it. My hand's shaking a little. Can you show the other picture, Mayanatma, the one with the cross? So show the other picture. So this was the picture of the cross. So she called this a windmill. And then later, she kept describing this as the plus sign next to the church. So this is what she saw. Now, see the name, and you can see on the paper that she wrote two names for the church, either Jasmine or Rose. And so you saw from that picture, the correct name of the church is St. Rose Catholic Church. And third, to compare the actual photograph of the church with the drawing that she wrote. And there it is. So we are so happy and excited to be entangling in part of this process. Thank you so much, Swamiji, Atma Maya.
You can see how beautifully the balasans manifested the powers of Paramashiva. Now, all of us can draw the GPS, the direction, from one unknown point to another just through the power of third eye. The 2 points being something which you have no idea, you have never traveled. You can ask your friend for some things that they want direction, you can draw that, or you can take 2 places and draw the directions and then Google and find out the details. Also, find the things on the path. Whatever you see, a shop, see a landmark, whatever, note it down so that at the end of the session we can verify in Google Maps. Now, if you take the Kantamala, if you have the Kantamala, you can apply the Jnananjan in your third eye and your temple, or the Basma and Kumkum to detox the prefrontal cortex, which is your third eye. And again, detoxing is the way to experience Paramashiva in the highest form. Bhagavan always says, work on your body, work on your body. Detoxing the body is the only way to reach Paramashiva at the shortest way. Now, after you write down the 2 places, and you can write multiple places also, that's fine. You can sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line and visualize Sundareshwara Paramashiva in your third eye. The beautiful darshans that we had again and again. Whatever your Ishtadevata, bring it to third eye and only verbalization, visualization of that deity. absolute unclutching from everything that you know as the outer world. It is not so and so having Paramashiva as identity. It is Paramashiva and the identity completely dissolving into Paramashiva. Who you are, what you are, whoever you're living, whatever job you're doing, everything surrendered to Bhagwan's lotus feet. Whatever knowledge from the outer world you have, surrender to Bhagwan's lotus feet, like how in the deep sleep you have no identity except the karna sarira, just the Paramashiva exists there. Same way, drop everything that you know, and who you are is the complete completion, absolute unclutched in a beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva. That is the Tyaga that Bhagavan talks about again and again for us to manifest the powers. The Shaktipada, Shaktinipada, having the Bhava of Paramashiva as our reality. Entangling with Bhagavan, chanting the Mahavakya from the navel center. The mantras are the frequency raisers, which raises your frequency. Bhagavan said, power manifestation is all about raising your frequency. That happens when you chant the mantra with the deep listening. When you chant the mantra, if you see all the god and goddesses, they all have the beads. They all talk about the ajaba jaba in all the religion. It's so important to raise your frequency by chanting the mantra. Mantra are the pure forms of sound. When you chant it again and again, you become so auspiciousness and abundance that it has to flow through you. And the easiest method, Valmiki Ramayana. Valmiki was a murderer, but after Narada initiated him to Mara, not even Rama, he gave a blessing that Mahavakya, which is a reverse of Rama. But simply he went and sat until the anthill grew. He just chanted the Mahavakya, whatever Narada Muni Rishi initiated him to. And finally he became the Valmiki, the greatest happening on planet Earth, who wrote the Ramayana, the Itihasa, which happened so beautifully. Now all of us chanting the Mahavakya and raising up frequency by deep listening and holding the bhava, sit as you are literally seeing the mirror of you, Sundareshwara, in your screen, and sit with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands, so alive, and just chanting and merging into Bhagwan's lotus feet again and again, experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva. Let as the side effect, whatever appears, do the drawing. Do not bother about the drawing, whether I got it or I don't have it, today is not happening, when will I manifest. Drop every identity. Only our responsibility is to merge into Paramashiva, recognize the Paramashiva space in us. That space in us will manifest whatever it needs at that point. Just us recognizing the Paramashiva space and dropping, losing our identity into Paramashiva's lotus feet. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya to experience the oneness and manifest the powers of breath dimension.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Whatever Paramashiva has shown, now verify with the Google Maps if you got it correct. The directions and the important locations or the landmark details. Please go ahead. The Balasans, when they manifest this power, they write down even the addresses or the location details of which house and which number of the house, everything, all the details. So you can go ahead, whatever expresses through you, map it to the Google map and see how you have got it. And if you've got it, take a picture of it. At the end of the session, we can share it with the world, how powerful cognition can make you manifest something you have no idea about, no detail about, but simply downloading as Paramashiva as your reality. All this is just not the small exercises, but also making us again and again realize that we are Paramashiva. Bhagavan says in each satsang, to manifest power manifestation is because for us to poke holes in our logic. The more and more you manifest, you understand that you are not a logical person. You are not a person. You are divine. You are the ultimate. You are the Brahmanya Bahuputratam, meaning you are the chosen favorite inheritance of the cosmos, who is like $1 trillion kid. You can write any check and manifest any reality in any dimensions. The beautiful science has been given to us again and again so that we remember we are not just the body or just the mind. And we are pure consciousness, which is manifesting even all the states. The very state which is there in the deep sleep, the dream state, and the waking and awaken, the Turiyatita, all the states is Paramashiva. That is the very core. It's like sun's rays. are understanding they are nothing but the sun and they can manifest all that power of the sun. Each one of us here came down to manifest our reality through the understanding that Paramashiva is real and celebrating Paramashiva and existing as Paramashiva. Now we'll have one more cycle of manifestation of breath dimension, drawing the GPS from one location to the another location, the directions that we can draw. You can write few more directions, the starting point and the ending point, or if your partner is ready to give, that's beautiful. You can start the second cycles. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Remember Paramashiva, Sundareshwara, Ishtadevata like Kalabhairava or Parashakti in your third eye. Hold that powerful space inside you. And again, chant the Mahavakya with a deep listening to manifest the powers of Paramashiva of breath dimension. Let's start.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful darshan and blessing and power manifestation, powerful cognition, all that Bhagavan is showering on us. Let's take a few minutes to share in tinyurl.com/power manifestation. If you go to Kailash Kotiyar manifesting power page, so many have experienced the powerful cognition and they have manifested powers, not just the powers that is there in the session, but also how their life is changing, manifesting all these powerful cognition in their life. Whatever Bhagavan has given, transform us into Paramashiva in every action and every thought current and every happening of our life. So please go ahead and share your gratitude space of Paramashiva to Bhagavan again and again. And if you see a $sign, you can offer your gratitude. Whatever you offer, it simply comes back to you in dimension because you're serving for each of the penny that you are offering. You are serving Paramashiva directly and all his ganas, feeding them, taking care of them. Whatever Bhagavan is doing with your dollar, it comes back as punya in n-fold and showers on you. Whatever we are investing in outer world and seeing how much percent we will get, here you can really vouch for 200%. Whatever you offer comes back to you and much more in much more dimensions. That is why all the Hindus, if you see, they go to a temple, first thing they offer all their gratitude and contribution in the hundi first, and then go into the Garbha Mandir to take the blessings from the Lord. The beautiful space Bhagavan has created for all of us, contributing into others' life, is the way you recognize Paramashiva as the easiest way, because it's easy to tell others that Paramashiva is real. And by doing that again and again through the social media sharing, and contributing to Kailasa again and again. You are building the beautiful space of Kailasa in you. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. With that, let's thank Bhagwan and surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation to Bhagwan's lotus feet, thanking each and every one of you all over the world manifesting these powers of Paramashiva. And with a deep gratitude, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you after the next darshan or next satsang in Kailash Kotiyar Manifesting Power Session. Nithyanandam.